Good morning. Good morning. How many of you traveled from another time zone to be with us today? So I would like to thank you for your super early morning. Welcome to Academic WorldQuest, everybody. My name is Matthew Hughes. I serve as the President and CEO of the World Affairs Councils of America. And can we please start by giving yourselves a big round of applause for being here? On behalf of the 90 World Affairs Councils around the country, let us express just how proud we are of you and your accomplishments that have made you national qualifiers for the 22nd Annual Academic WorldQuest National Competition. We'd like to thank a large number of people for making today possible, but it's my sincere pleasure as we begin our time today to introduce our friends here at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Isn't this a beautiful building that we're in right now? They're hosting us here today, and I'd like to introduce to you Ellie Quinlan, who serves as the Program Officer for Public Engagement. Please help me to welcome Ellie.
Good morning, all, and welcome to the headquarters of the United States Institute of Peace. It has been our pleasure to host this competition for the last few years in this building, and we are really honored to be doing so again today. You're very welcome. Thank you to Matthew Hughes and to the World Affairs Council of America for your many, many years of partnership. Congress founded this institution in 1984 because it recognized that Americans who wanted to study and work for peace needed a place to do so. This competition and your participation in it are part of that legacy. I commend you, I welcome you, and I wish you good luck to all the teams. Thank you.
We need to begin today on a somber note. You'll notice on your program materials that this competition, our national competition, is named in honor of Carlos and Malú Alvarez of San Antonio, Texas. Mr. Alvarez passed away just last week, at the age of 73. He has been an incredible supporter of the Council Network for decades, and it is his and his wife's generosity that have made so much of our work at WACA and in the network of councils that we have around the country possible. We will miss him dearly, and we extend our heartfelt sympathies on behalf of our National Board of Directors and the Council Network to his wife Malú and their dear family and friends and colleagues in San Antonio. If I could ask you please to join me in a moment of silence as we remember Mr. Alvarez. Thank you. We'd like to recognize the other sponsors of our program today without whom this opportunity for you all just would not be possible. The Foreign Policy Association, Glenn and Mary Jane Kramer, Thinkubator Global, the SAREC Fund, NAFSA, which is the Association of International Educators, and Helen Haig. Many of them have sponsored us for many years, and we appreciate their generous support. Could you please help me to thank our sponsors? We'd also like to recognize the staff team at the U.S. Institute of Peace, who along with Ellie have made today's program possible. We'd like to thank our volunteers who are here. You'll see them around the space. We have some graders and some judges with us. And I'd like to especially thank our staff team at the National Office, all of whom have been with us, if you can believe it, for less than a year. And my hope is that you've had a very positive experience working with them and that your councils and teachers have had a positive experience. So if you could help us to thank, please, Dan and Emma and John and Ayaz for all of their hard work for today. And I have to draw your attention to the judging table over here. We have some Academic WorldQuest veterans joining us today. And Nancy and Rich, can you raise your hands, please? Nancy and Rich have been supporting Academic WorldQuest for many years. Can you give them a special welcome today as well? So in just a second, I'm going to ask my colleague Dan Villanueva to come up and give you some more information about today's competition. But I do want to ask for a favor, if I could, please. On your tables, you're going to see a name card that has your school's name and team number on it. We're going to be putting together a book of remembrance for Mr. Alvarez that we're going to share with his family. And if you could please, at a break or at some point during the competition today, just use one side of the inside of that table tent to write a note to the Alvarez family. We would sincerely appreciate that, and I know that they would as well. So don't let that take away from your competition and your last minute studying, but if you could help us with that during the course of the day, we would appreciate it. And last but not least, and I really want to make sure that we end on this point because these are some of the most important people who have helped you get to where you are. Your councils, your teachers, your coaches, your parents, and your supporters from your home communities. Could you please give them a big round of applause as well? We appreciate all of your hard work and all that it's taken for you to get here today. We have, as a result of your hard work, about 150 students from 37 schools today. Where's our Alaska team? Thank you for being here. And our Hawaii team, thank you for being here. So we'll be back later, everybody, with more. But for now, it's my pleasure to turn the program off to our newest staff member at the World Affairs Councils of America, who has really come in and done such great work in just the few weeks that he's been with us. Could you help me to welcome, please, our Global Education Manager, Dan Villanueva. Dan.
Thanks very much, Matthew, and welcome to all of you today, contestants, chaperones, special guests, judges, monitors. Who have I left out? Graders, let's not forget the graders. And also thank you also to our hosts, the U.S. Institute of Peace. It is my pleasure now to introduce two very important special guests today. We're going to start off the morning with a little bit of a panel discussion on the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, not coincidentally the first topic of our questions today. But I'd like to go ahead now and introduce Leanne Howard and J.P. Feldmeyer from the National Security Council. We are going to be welcoming them and giving them an opportunity to let us know what they do, how important NATO is to our lives, and some of the current issues in U.S. relations with NATO and in NATO's relations with our allies around the world. So I'd like to welcome both of you. Thank you very much for coming. And let's start off right away by allowing you to introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about what you do at the National Security Council.
Thank you so much, Dan. Hello all, my name is Leanne Noelani Howard. I grew up in Honolulu, Hawaii, so I appreciated the shout out for those from far away. I've been with the Department of Defense for 20 years now. I started my career shortly after 9/11 when I was in grad school nearby. I went overseas for 12 of those 20 years. I've had the privilege of working all over in about 16 different countries now, but including time in Iraq and Afghanistan and in the Balkans, the Korean Peninsula, but predominantly I was in Europe. So I spent 4 years in the NATO military headquarters in Belgium. And in that time, I truly became a believer in the importance of the alliance. Fast forward, I am now on loan from the Pentagon to the National Security Council, where I'm working on the NATO summit. So this summer, we will have heads of state from all our allies, 32 countries, as well as some of our Indo-Pacific partners, our EU and our Ukraine partners, come together at this pivotal time. In doing so, it's extraordinarily important to recognize what NATO has done over the last 75 years, in that it is its anniversary year. The treaty was signed here in Washington in 1949. I would just like to highlight after that, although we think of it as this political military alliance and we really focus on that strength through peace, or peace through strength, there are so many other things that have come out of NATO, from medical inventions through medical military research to GPS, so that you no longer get lost if you're driving around Europe. That was something through NATO, to just the strength of GNPs across those countries after joining NATO and seeing these rapid increases. Beyond that, it's the security and stability, and really the foundation for that. The transatlantic is our broader security and stability foundation through institutions. So we're happy to be here. We're happy to chat more about that, but I really want to give you that broader perspective of the strength, unity, innovation, and growth that we're seeing in NATO right now, and what we expect for the next 75 years through that alliance, and how important it is to every American and every allied citizen, all 1 billion of us that are secured through NATO. Thanks.
Thanks, Leanne. Thanks very much to the World Affairs Council for giving us the opportunity to speak with all of you today. Thanks especially to the teachers, parents, coordinators who are here and who supported all of your journey here. As the son of an educator and the brother of an educator, I know how much goes into that. My name's JP Feldmayer. Like Leanne, I work at the National Security Council. My current role is as the director for NATO, Nordic, and Baltic countries. So that means I advise the National Security Advisor on issues related to NATO policy and to policy issues related to Iceland, Norway, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. Right? So cover a lot of ground in that. How did I end up here? 30 years ago this year, I raised my right hand, swore an oath to protect and defend the Constitution as a soldier. I spent 13 years in the Army, the first 5 of those as a Chinese linguist. So the Army taught me Chinese, and that's where I was injected with a passion for understanding other cultures and languages. Did that bit for 5 years, got a little bored, decided to do something different, and became a Green Beret. I spent the next 8 years in the Special Forces, deploying in combat operations around the world in the wake of September 11th. Got bored again, and decided to shift gears. I became a federal agent, a federal law enforcement agent, just for a little bit, with the Department of State. And in that capacity, I did protection work for dignitaries, including the Dalai Lama and some other folks, and did protection at our embassies overseas. Got bored again, and decided to become a political officer. And I've been doing that for the last 15 years with State Department. So now I focus on policy issues. I've served overseas in diplomatic postings in Bangladesh, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Indonesia, China, Belgium, Qatar. Yeah, that's it for now. My kids graduated high school in Indonesia and Belgium and China and other places. So as a family, we've really benefited from this. So I lay out my path to service so that you can see there are many ways to serve. And I'd be remiss if I was sitting in a room with folks who have self-selected, with students who have self-selected as being interested in world affairs, and I didn't put in a hard plug for service. As you're plotting out the next couple years of your life, think about how you can serve. Especially at this moment, and you may have heard the president refer to it, he calls this an inflection point in history. When I think about where I was, where the world was when I would have sat in your seat, which I wouldn't have because I wasn't a good enough student. But when I think about that, people were talking about the end of history. The Cold War was over, and the path ahead was clear. It was going to be all democracy and human rights, and we had a clear glide path to the way forward. Fast forward 30 years, and it doesn't feel like the world's on the same kind of cruise control as it did then. That is the challenge that will face your generation. Washington is a place. It's not a thing in the way some people talk about it. Washington thinks this. Washington did this. Washington is Hawaii. Washington is Philadelphia, where I grew up. Washington is all of you. So as you think about how you're going to plot out the next couple years, I strongly encourage you to think about how you can serve many different ways, Peace Corps, military, other things. I'll stop there and I think open it up so we can have some discussion. I think the Q&A, happy to talk about anything related to NATO, security policy in Europe, and all of that. But thanks very much for your attention, and congratulations on making it to this point.
Yes, thank you both, and thank you for your service as well. When you're thinking about NATO-U.S. relations, NATO relations with your allies, what are a couple of key issues that we should be informed about as we're looking forward to another presidential election, another, unfortunately, conflicts around the world, as we can see? What are a couple of major issues right now that we should be thinking about when we think about NATO?
I'll start. I think, first and foremost, when I think about NATO and how we're engaging beyond our shores, it's that NATO has always had and continues to have tremendous bipartisan support. On both sides of the aisle, folks recognize how important it is for the United States to have allies and to work closely with them. That advances our security. That advances their security. When we look at the peace and stability that's reigned to a degree in Europe across the last 3/4 of a century, that's largely driven by the fact that first 11 and now 32 allies have pledged an attack on one's an attack on all. So focusing on allied unity and always continuing to build that will help us. The most pressing issue from my perspective right now, the fundamental change in European security architecture that began in February of 2022, when Vladimir Putin decided to begin a war of aggression on Ukraine that fundamentally challenged the rules-based order that had been put in place over the previous 3/4 of a century. We had decided as a human race that might makes right was not how we were going to do this anymore. That wars of conquest were going to be a thing of the past. He turned that on its head in February of 2022, and now, with our allies, we are continuing to stand with Ukraine. As I look to the summit, that will be a fundamental piece of it.
That was great. I would just add, we benefit from NATO. And there are a lot of points out there, and they're important points, but our allies have continued to do more for the last 10 years. Backing it up to 9/11, our allies were with us because of Article 5. Another part of the treaty that we don't talk about a lot is Article 3. It's the importance of nations to be resilient. And the world is changing, and what we need to do as nations and as a community of democracies of nations is think through what resilience means in the future. And so I would think a group like this are the right folks to continue those conversations. We belong to NATO, and it's because it benefits us. And we also are a leader within NATO. So we have to think through how this group underwrites that resilience for the future that we will all count on. Every good and service that we trade with Europe is secure because of NATO. We should not take that for granted. But beyond that, challenges will continue to evolve. From artificial intelligence and space to misinformation and disinformation to cyber. And it's through NATO that we, again, have this ability to work with like-minded countries. And this is something that we need to continue to protect and shape and grow as we move forward.
All right, thank you very much. Another question then, taking it more from the global or regional even to the local, to here today with all of our students from all of our high schools. What is the relevance of NATO for high school students? What should they know about our nation participating in NATO, and how, I don't want to ask how can they be involved, but what are ways that NATO can play a role in their lives as they're studying for their exams, as they're entering college, those sorts of things? What areas would NATO play a role in?
I'll start with a couple of easy points. First off, NATO will be hosting a youth summit in Miami next month, but I encourage all to look into that online. The reason is the older folks in the room have the opportunity to learn from folks like you and what's important from your perspective for the future for your security. So I would say it's critical that we have those conversations. Because the world will continue to change, and what's important today is not what will be most important tomorrow. Beyond that, I think there's also this necessity for all those, really from 15 to 30 to realize that they're a part of this community. So my children will proudly wear their NATO clothing because they spent years in schools in Belgium, and they identify with it. They feel that they belong to this community. So I think we need to think creatively together about how we increase that sense of belonging to this international community that is our basis for everything we do in the world.
Thanks, Leanne. I'll just add, I think, and Leanne touched on this in her opening remarks, right? Peace through strength. Right? We all benefit from peace through strength. NATO is a defensive alliance, doesn't pose an offensive threat to anybody, despite what Moscow will say. So, talking about the counterfactual, in the absence of peace through strength, clearly there's the opposite, right? There's war. My grandfather, when he was 16, lied about his age and went off to fight in World War I. My maternal grandfather, when he was 21, went off to fly planes in World War II. NATO, continuing to be a strong defensive alliance and promote peace, secures all of our future and makes it far less likely that you, my children, or future generations will have to fight in large-scale wars. That's what we should continue to work toward. Thanks.
Great. All right, thank you very much for that. Hey, it looks like we have about 5 to 10 more minutes, so if there are any questions from the floor that you'd like to ask our representative, I see one hand up there. If you could identify your name and what council you represent.
Oh, thank you. So on the note about Macron's push for strategic ambiguity, what implications does this have for how the U.S. intends to shape its security architecture against Moscow in the coming months and years as this conflict goes on?
Thanks. Thanks very much. That's a great question. The alliance has a diversity of thought. That's its strength, right? That's one of its tremendous strengths. And I think provocative ideas being put on the table by some leaders stimulate real conversation within the alliance. One thing that we've been very focused on from the outset of this current iteration of Russia's war on Ukraine is managing escalation risk, right? We're talking about a nuclear power, right? And on the other side, another nuclear power, right? So managing that escalation risk continues to be front and center. We have very close coordination with all of our allies, especially Paris. And I think we'll continue to work through together what the best way forward is for allies to support Ukraine and for the alliance to support Ukraine. And I draw that distinction meaningfully, right? What allies are doing bilaterally to support Ukraine is tremendous. When you look at the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, which is a group of more than 50 countries now that provide much of the weapon support that Ukraine needs for the current fight and looks toward the future fight, that's happening in a bilateral context. What NATO is doing is seeking to build a bridge for Ukraine's eventual integration as a member of NATO, right? So I think those bilateral tracks and the multilateral track are different things. It's clear that we're at a point in history where real conversations need to happen. Introducing ideas to stimulate those conversations is the way of some allies. And I think President Macron's comments have driven the conversation forward.
Thank you for the great question. We have time for one more question. Who'd like to? Oh, lots of hands up. Let's try you here in the front, if you could.
Hello, thank you. And thank you for being here. It's an honor, really. But I wanted to ask, I've talked often to my dad and his dad. Both of them were historians, and every era of history has believed that big wars cannot happen anymore and that they are the end of history. I wanted to ask, why do you think that we're right this time? What do you think makes this era so different?
Thanks. Yeah, as I was preparing for this morning, right, the end of history idea hit me a lot. I wouldn't say confidently that we're at the end of history or that big wars aren't going to happen again. I would say confidently that the architecture that we've put in place across the last 3/4 of a century can form a framework for helping to preclude those wars. But again, we're not on cruise control on it. That framework has demonstrated a brittleness over the last 2.5 years, and maybe we could go back even further, right? So the challenge before me every morning when I wake up, Leanne every morning when she wakes up, the National Security Advisor, the President, everybody at the Departments of State, Defense, and within the intelligence community, is how do we strengthen those architectures, right, to promote peace? That will be the challenge for everyone in this room as well. So I don't take it for granted that we're at the end of history or that great power war is an impossibility. I do believe deeply that the investments we've made collectively with our allies and globally through the United Nations in establishing an international rules-based order over the last 75 years puts us in a good position, at least, to have tools in our toolkit that we can use to preclude those worst outcomes. Thanks. That was a great question. Please.
I would just add, as all historians know, nothing is a given, and it depends on the important actors that then define where we are today. So I was with the Romanians last night to celebrate their 20th anniversary in NATO. One of my first deployments as a civilian with the Defense Department was to Romania before they were a member of NATO, when they were hustling to get into NATO because they believed if they entered the alliance, their threat of conflict, at least within Europe and with other allies, would be put to bed. And so from that standpoint, they'll tell you nothing was a given and that we need to continue to iterate and push for these institutions and these structures that uphold that ability to maintain peace on a larger scale. But it's not a given, yet it's a help. It's a really important tool, and it's not autopilot. And so even though we have these allies right now, we have to think through as allies, what are the next steps to uphold this peace so that we don't move down a slippery path that would end in a place that none of us want to see happen. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you both, Leanne and JP, for spending some time with us this morning, talking about NATO, letting us interact with the high school students, all of that. This is wonderful. You'll both remain on stage for a few minutes because they are the first round readers. Before the round starts, though, let me thank you again both for coming, for your appreciation. And I would, I'd be remiss if I didn't also mention Mai Shiozaki from the U.S. State Department, who connected us originally with both Leanne and JP. Thank you so much for allowing us to have these guests today. Okay, it's now my pleasure to officially begin the competition by welcoming our MC to the stage. And as I do, would we make sure, please, that all cell phones, all smartphones, all smartwatches be taken off the table and are no longer visible? We have two monitors at the back, Elena and Liliana, who will be ensuring that that's the case. And could I also ask at this time everyone but the competitors themselves to leave the main floor here. Everyone but the main competitors should have left the floor. All right, it is my pleasure to introduce your MC for today, JP Rasmussen from the U.S. Peace Corps. We are so glad you are here. Welcome, welcome. Have a chance to introduce yourself and then start by the reading of the rules. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Stan. Welcome to Academic WorldQuest 2024. My name is Pablo Rasmussen, and I'll be your host for the competition. I'm a special assistant at Peace Corps, which means I get to play a very small part in running a federal government agency. Now, what is Peace Corps? Peace Corps brings together volunteers, young people, and host communities from all over the world to work on service opportunities in more than 60 countries. So other than Peace Corps and hosting competitions like these, I'm a big fan of all things Europe, transatlantic relations, and international cooperation on climate. Now, I want to talk less about me and more about what you want to hear about, which is the rules of the game. So, Academic WorldQuest is made up of 10 rounds of 10 questions each. As each question is displayed on the screens, it will be read aloud by one of our round representatives. Answers are going to be recorded on your paper answer sheets in front of you. You have 45 seconds to answer each question, starting from when the slide is changed. And answer sheets will be collected at the end of each round. So on each table, you will see your set of colored answer sheets that coordinate with each round. You're going to use these to write down your answers, and each team should already have a team captain designated. But if you do not, please designate one now. Does everybody have a team captain? I'm going to take that as a yes. Any debate? Everybody good? Good. At the end of each round, there will be a bell. You will have 1 minute to complete your answers. The team captain will then fold the answer sheet in half and raise it high for our collectors to collect. After a second bell sounds, no answer sheets will be accepted. So, broader rules. Teams are not allowed to consult with the audience, wireless devices, cell phones, smartwatches, other teams, books, or written materials at any point during the competition. But you're all well prepared, so I'm sure you will not need to. Any team that is found by World Affairs Council of America judges, monitors, or staff to be violating this rule will forfeit that round. If a team believes that another team is cheating, they may tell a World Affairs Council representative. However, if the other team is not found to violate any rules, the accusing team will forfeit 1 point. A team consists of 4 players, which I think everybody is here today. Player substitutions are not allowed, and a player can only use the restroom or leave their table for other reasons during one of the scheduled breaks. If a player needs to leave during a round, they cannot return until after that round ends. Parents, alternates, and other guests must remain off the competition floor at all times. So, scoring. You get 1 point for each right answer. There's no penalty for wrong answers or no answers. And if there's a tie for the first through third place, there will be tiebreaker rounds. Okay, challenging a question, which might be interest to all of you. There'll be 3 periods during which teams may submit a written challenge to the judges using the official challenge form. These periods will occur directly following the recitation of answers of the preceding rounds. So each team may submit no more than 2 challenges total. The challenge form must be filled out completely for the challenge to be considered, and you may only challenge answers read immediately preceding the challenge period. You may not challenge these answers in future rounds. There will be no verbal discussion with the judges. And teams are not allowed to consult with audience members prior to submitting a challenge. The decision of our judges is final, and if your challenge is unsuccessful, your team forfeits 1 point. Now, finally, a word about our round representatives. They are experts in their respective fields. They have been carefully selected to bring you the most engaging and informative questions. They will be on stage to read the 10 questions for each round. Most round representatives work within the field that the questions are based on. They have years of experience and are really passionate about their work, and they have a deep understanding of the subject matter and are eager to share their knowledge with you. So our first round is dedicated to discussing NATO, and to do that we have the 2 guests that we have just been talking with, Leanne Howard and JP Feldmeyer. So without further ado, please join me again in welcoming Leanne and JP. Let's give them a warm round of applause. And now, good luck to all contestants, and let's let Academic WorldQuest begin.
All right, question 1. Many U.S. foreign policy experts were opposed to the expansion of NATO in 1994 because A, an expanded NATO would not strengthen the alliance militarily. B, the expansion would antagonize Russia and put any arms control treaties at risk of failure. C, the American public supported NATO but was opposed to expanding its membership. Or D, if too many nations were admitted, it would cause instability in NATO.
All right. Question 2. The Vilnius Summit appeared to change the discussion about Ukraine's membership because of all of the following except A, removing the requirement for a membership action plan, B, upgrading its comprehensive assistance plan to a multi-year program, C, an invitation to Ukraine for membership when the war ends, or D, the creation of the NATO-Ukraine Council.
Question 3. NATO maritime security with Operation Open Shield and Operation Sea Guardian and supporting the global coalition against ISIS demonstrate the concept of A, Istanbul Cooperative Coalition, B, Defense and Related Security Capacity Building Initiative, C, Framework for the South, or D, Projecting Stability.
All right, question 4. The centerpiece of NATO's Madrid summit in June 2023 was to strengthen deterrence, including A, moving toward a tripwire deterrence, B, enabling arm transfers by NATO allies to Ukraine by removing the fear of intimidation or attacks, C, new battle groups to be filled immediately, or D, sufficient supplies of equipment and munitions for both NATO and Ukraine.
Question 5. Why did Secretary Madeleine Albright not immediately advocate for NATO's enlargement? A, she was concerned that her personal connection to the Czech Republic would give the appearance of bias. B, at the 1994 Brussels NATO summit, members said they would reach out to all states to their east. C, President Bill Clinton was initially skeptical of expansion. Or D, NATO enlargement would put any arms control treaties at risk.
Question 6. Former U.S. Secretary of Defense Robert Gates stated that the greatest evolution in NATO from 1990 to 2010 was the transition from A, a defensive alliance to a security alliance, B, a regional alliance to a global alliance, C, a proactive force to a reactive force, or D, an expeditionary force to a defensive force.
Question 7. NATO's fundamental operating principle in its members' decisions is A, majority rules, B, a 2/3 majority is needed, C, votes are taken during deliberations, or D, decision by consensus.
Question 8. Through what agreement has NATO supported Ukraine since Russia annexed Crimea in 2014? A, the Madrid Summit, B, Framework for the South, C, the 2016 Comprehensive Assistance Package for Ukraine, or D, Individual Partnership and Cooperation Program.
Question 9. Which of the following countries was not among the original 12 members of NATO when it began in 1949? A, Portugal, B, Spain, C, Luxembourg, or D, Belgium?
Question 10, the last NATO question. The Framework for the South was adopted by NATO in 2016 to A, produce open source analysis on various South-related security issues. B, to develop economic trade agreements and diplomatic initiatives. C, improve cooperation with the EU in the Middle East and North Africa, MENA. Or D, give political cohesion to NATO's activities on its southern periphery.
You have 1 minute to check your answers, then please fold your answer sheets in half and give them to the monitors coming around. And I think that is the last of the pink sheets picked up. Everybody feel good? Everybody did well? Good for round one, ready for round two? Well, thanks again to our round one representatives. They did a fantastic job. Up next is Kamal Fakhri from the U.S. Institute of Peace. He's a senior program assistant in the Africa Center and will be leading our round two population shift in Africa.
Hello everyone, Kamal Fakhri here, working at the U.S. Institute of Peace and supporting our program in Africa. Question number one. In addition to institutional quality, what is another factor affecting Africa's future economic prospects? A, education levels. B, growth in international trade. C, more job creation. D, growth in working age share of the population. Question number two. Researchers recommend the following approach for African countries to achieve sustained high income growth. A, increase the volume of humanitarian aid to African countries by 2050. B, increase education and investment in institutions by 2050. C, reduce the population growth and invest in human capital and infrastructure by 2050. D, lower security spending and invest in population growth by 2050. Question 3. What type of investments should African countries focus on to maximize benefits of demographic dividends? A, long-term investments that may yield less immediate results. B, short-term investments that showcase rapid results. C, investments in the mining industry. D, investments in systems. Question 4. Empirical analysis shows population age structure is more critical than blank for African economic growth. A, female percentage of the population. B, crude population size. C, percentage of children in the population. And D, working age population. Question number 5. Which critical nexus should include policies like global decarbonization and illness prevention? A, security and environment nexus. B, climate and health nexus. C, health and private enterprise nexus. And D, peace building and health nexus. Question 6. In Tanzania, there are few social protections and upward economic mobility is challenging. These factors drive A, internal displacement and conflict. B, high dependency rates between generations. C, climate change. And D, low education rates. Question number 7. The urbanization of young people has led to a huge uptick in blank due to ease of information sharing. A, crime rates. B, corruption accountability. C, education rates, or D, peaceful demonstrations? Question number 8. High unemployment rates in fast-growing African countries are misleading and often a sign of A, a low number of jobs created, B, a robust and informal labor sector, C, low education rates, or D, poor communication infrastructure. Question 9. What are two paradoxical outcomes of China's investments in Africa? A, urbanization and improved agriculture sector. B, gridlock politics and rise of social media. 3, improved infrastructure and rise of corruption. Or D, reduction of illness and increase in investments from India. Final question. Since 2011, living conditions have declined in Libya. Most of the population depends on A, government subsidies, B, weather, C, environmental developments, or D, foreign aid.
Perfect. You now have 1 minute to check your answers. Then please fold your answer sheets in half and raise them and give them to the monitors coming around. And that is time. Make sure that you are raising your answer sheets. They'll be picked up in a second. And thank you to Kamal again for his great hosting of round 2. Up next is round 3, the Global South, which will have the round representative, Aude Dagnall, research analyst and program manager of the Global South and the World Order project at the Stimson Center.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing well and enjoying yourselves. I'm very pleased to be here today with you. Thank you for having me. My name is Aude Dagnall. I'm a research analyst at the Stimson Center, and I am the manager of the Global South and the World Order projects. So let's go for round 3 on the Global South. First question. What is a key characteristic of most cities in the Global South? A, governance changes towards centralization. B, high levels of poverty and inequality. C, lower levels of informality. Or D, higher levels of networked infrastructure. Question number 2. The proportion of people living in urban areas in the Global South in 2015 was highest in A, Oceania, B, Asia, C, Africa, or D, Latin America and the Caribbean. Question number 3. Afrobarometer reported that approximately 40 participating African countries overwhelmingly support relations with China because A, the country is connected with China through the Confucius Institutes. B, Chinese construction projects use local labor. C, Chinese focuses on social capital as a source of power. Or D, Chinese investments in infrastructure benefits the general population. A world order that has no hegemony by a single power or bloc is developed by multiple actors, respects cultural diversity, is connected by exchanges not led by the West, and in which regions play a central governance role is A, multipolar, B, rules-based, C, multiplex, or D, liberal rules. Question number 5. Between 2015 and 2030, the largest increase in urban population is projected to be in A, Sub-Saharan Africa, B, Latin America, C, South Asia, or D, East Asia and the Pacific? Question 6. A key driver of multidimensional poverty in the Global South that has a greater impact, particularly on women and children, than low income is A, lacking access to clean water and adequate sanitation, B, education, C, healthcare, or D, affordable housing. Question 7. The expansion of BRICS has been discouraged by A, China, B, Russia, C, India, or D, South Africa. Question 8. What is a key characteristic of urbanization in the Global South? A, increase in the number of megacities. B, growing urban inequalities. C, dense core. Or D, weak urban-rural linkages. Question number 9. Russia's relations with which region of the Global South have intensified since the turn of the millennium? A, Africa, B, Asia, C, Latin America, or D, Oceania? Last question, question 10. A UN Charter Review Conference can be convened with A, a 2/3 majority vote of the members of the UN General Assembly, B, a majority vote of the UN General Assembly and any 7 members of the UN Security Council, C, approval by 3 members of the permanent 5 members of the UN Security Council, or D, a majority vote of the UN Security Council. Good luck, everyone.
You have 1 minute to check your answers, and then please fold your answer sheets and raise them to be picked up. And I think that is all the answer sheets picked up. Thank you to Aud for hosting us for round 3, and now we're off to round 4, and there'll be a little break after round 4. So up next is John Alaska, Marketing and Communications Manager at World Affairs Councils of America.
Howdy. All right, question 1. Go to the question, please. Thank you. Before 2018, the last year North Korea sent a team to the Winter Olympics was A, 1984, B, 1992, C, 1998, or D, 2002. Question 2. Examples of negative sports diplomacy include all of the following except sports isolation, sports boycotts by athletes, sports boycotts by politicians, or sports strikes. Question 3. Until the 1990s, engagement in sports policy was very limited in which of the following countries? A, the United Kingdom, B, China, C, Kosovo, D, Iran. Question 4. Besides being the first woman to win 3 track and field gold medals at one Olympics, 1960, U.S. athlete Wilma Rudolph made history by A, attending the first non-segregated event in her hometown upon return, B, refusing to accept her medals from a man, C, overcoming polio, or D, both A and C? Question 5. Ping pong diplomacy began with which two countries? A, Turkey and Armenia, B, China and the United States, C, China and Japan, and D, the Soviet Union and China. Question 6. Professor Jonathan Grix claims which competition was one of the most successful sports mega events in terms of changing a state's national image abroad? A, the 2006 World Cup, Germany. B, the 2008 Olympics, China. C, the 2010 Commonwealth Games, India. Or D, the 2022 World Cup, Qatar. Question 7. National governments particularly like using sports in foreign policy because A, sports are more limited in their scope than politics. B, sporting events are popular worldwide. C, regulatory bodies like UEFA have little influence. Or D, buying advertising time during many sports is inexpensive. Next question. According to Teach Mideast contributor, sports diplomacy has primary spillover effects with which of the following? A, music diplomacy, B, medical diplomacy, C, education diplomacy, or D, STEM diplomacy. Question 9. As a part of its 2030 industrial vision, Qatar sees sports diplomacy as bringing which of the following benefits to the country? A, achieving greater gender equality. B, strengthening civil society. C, climate change advocacy. Or D, branding and promoting cities. All right, last question of this round. So-called pin-down diplomacy refers to a series of wrestling competitions between which two nations? Brazil and Argentina, Turkey and Armenia, the United States and Iran, or the Congo and South Africa?
You have 1 minute to check your answers, and then please fold your answer sheets and raise them up. Okay, I think that is the last answer sheet turned in. We'll now take a 10-minute break, so get up, get your jitters out, and then we'll be right back.
Thank you so much. I hope it's been going easy for you. Yes, good. Pretty good. Ooh, we can definitely hear you well back there, so everything's going. That's good. Hi, Andy. Yeah, my name's Andy.
And there are also more restrooms upstairs if anybody is interested during this little break. Thanks. Everybody please come back in 2 minutes, back to your tables, ready to go for the next round, and the answers. Okay, everybody, let's come back if you're not seated already, but I think everybody is seated and ready. I'm sure that you all want to know the answers to the very challenging questions that you all did a very good job answering. So, some answers. From round one about NATO. First question was about many U.S. foreign policy experts were opposed to the expansion of NATO in 1994 because, B, the expansion would antagonize Russia and put any armed controls treaties at risk of failure. Number two was asking about the Vilnius summit and what it did accept for. And the answer is C, an invitation to Ukraine for membership when the war ends. Number three, NATO maritime security with Operation Open Shield and others demonstrates the concept of projecting stability. Question four, the centerpiece of the Madrid summit was to strengthen deterrence, including B, enabling arms transfers by NATO allies to Ukraine. 5, why did Secretary Albright not advocate for NATO's enlargement? It was A, because she was concerned her personal connection to the Czech Republic would give the appearance of bias. Number 6, U.S. Secretary of Defense Robert Gates said the greatest evolution in NATO from 1990 to 2010 was the transition from a defensive alliance to a security alliance. And that was answer A. Question 7, NATO's fundamental operating principle in its members' decisions is D, decision by consensus. Number 8, through what agreement has NATO supported Ukraine since 2014? It is the 2016 Comprehensive Assistance Package, C. Question 9, which of the following countries was not among the original members of NATO? Spain. And question 10, the framework for the South was adopted to D, give political cohesion to NATO's activities on its southern periphery. Round 2, population shift in Africa. So question 1, in addition to institutional quality, what's another factor affecting Africa's future economic prospects? The answer is D, growth in working age share of the population. Question 2, researchers recommend the following approach for African countries to achieve sustained high income growth. The answer is C, reduce population growth and invest in human capital and infrastructure by 2050. Question 3, what types of investments should African countries focus on to maximize the benefits of demographic dividends? The answer is A, long-term investments that may yield less immediate results. Number 4, empirical analysis shows population structure is more critical than blank. The answer is B, crude population size. Question 5, which critical nexus should include policies like global decarbonization and illness prevention? The answer is B, climate and health. Question 6, in Tanzania, there are few social protections, and upward economic mobility is challenging. These factors drive B, high dependency rates between generations. Question 7, the urbanization of young people has led to a huge uptick in blank. D, peaceful demonstrations due to information sharing. Question 8, high unemployment rates in fast-growing African countries are misleading and often a sign of B, a robust informal labor sector. Question 9, what are the 2 paradoxical outcomes of China's investments in Africa? The answer is C, improved infrastructure and a rise of corruption. Question 10, since 2011, living conditions have declined in Libya. Most of the population depends on A, government subsidies. And round 3, what is a key characteristic of most cities in the global south? The answer is B, higher levels of poverty and inequality. Question 2, the proportion of people living in urban areas in the global south in 2015 was highest in D, Latin America and the Caribbean. Question 3, Afrobarometer reported approximately 40 participating African countries overwhelmingly support relations with China because of D, Chinese investments in infrastructure benefit the general population. Question 4, a world order that has no hegemony is multiplex. Question 5, between 2015 and 2030, the largest increase in urban population is projected to be in D, East Asia and the Pacific. Question 6, a key driver of multidimensional poverty in the global south that has a greater impact on women and children is A, lacking access to clean water and adequate sanitation. Question 7, the expansion of BRICS has been discouraged by C, India. Question 8, what is a key characteristic of urbanization in the global south? The answer is A, an increase in the number of megacities. 9, Russia's relation with which region of the global south have intensified since the turn of the millennium? The answer is C, Latin America. And 10, a UN Charter Review Conference can be convened with B, a majority vote of the UN General Assembly and any 7 members of the UN Security Council. Round 4, sports diplomacy. I'm going through these pretty quickly, but we can always discuss in a second. Question 1, before 2018, the last year North Korea sent a team to the Winter Olympics was B, 1992. 2, examples of negative sports diplomacy include all of the following except D, sports strikes. Question 3, until the 1990s, engagement in sports policy was very limited in which of the following countries? A, the United Kingdom. 4, besides being the first woman to win the 3 track and field medals at the U.S. Olympics, U.S. athlete Wilma Rudolph made history by A, attending the first non-segregated event in her hometown upon return. 5, ping pong diplomacy began with which 2 countries? China and the United States. 6, Professor Jonathan Grick's Cambridge competition was one of the most successful sports mega events. It was A, 2006 World Cup in Germany. Number 7, national governments particularly like using sports in foreign policy because B, sporting events are popular worldwide. And number 8, according to a Teach Mideast contributor, sports diplomacy has primary spillover effects with which of the following? B, medical diplomacy. 9 is as part of its 2030 industrial vision. Qatar sees sports diplomacy as bringing which of the following benefits to its country? D, branding and promoting cities. And last but not least, 10, so-called pin-down diplomacy refers to a series of wrestling competition between which two nations? It is C, the United States and Iran. There are your answers, and now Dan will read the results, which is, I'm sure, what you're all waiting for.
Thank you, Pablo. For rounds 1 through 3, here is our leaderboard: third place, second place, and first place. In third place, we have a 5-way tie. Unusual for a competition at this stage, but it's all good. Your third place teams are currently Thornton Academy, Carnegie Vanguard High School, Academic Magnet High School, DuPont Manual High School, and Boston Latin School. 5-way tie for third. Second place team, currently El Dorado High School. And first place team, Carmel High School. A round of applause for all teams, and particularly those 1 through 3.
Yeah, you do not get the scores, so it is up to you to now either catch up or stay ahead. So we are going to round 5, and I'm going to call our next round representative, Andy Hong, who's a program officer at the Korea Economic Institute, and he'll be leading our round on a country in focus, South Korea. Andy.
Awesome. All right, good morning, Academic WorldQuest. My name is Andy Hong. I am the program officer with the Korea Economic Institute, and it is a pleasure to represent our institute as well as our long-standing partnership with the World Affairs Councils of America here at the Academic WorldQuest to talk about South Korea. I think we can move on to question number 1. So, do I just start reading? Yeah. Excellent. Number 1. What happened to Park Geun-hye, the first female president of South Korea in 2016? A, she was re-elected to a second term. B, she defected to North Korea. C, she was assassinated. And D, she was impeached. All right, question number 2. Drama, movie, and K-pop are considered the focus of which Korean wave? A, 1.0, B, 2.0, C, 3.0, and D, 4.0. Number 3, which pillar of South Korea's New South Policy, NSP, towards India and ASEAN is receiving the most focus? A, people, B, peace, C, balance of power, and D, prosperity. Number 4. Beginning in 1962, what was or were the first industry or industries targeted for development in South Korea? A, chemicals and small-sized industries. B, heavy industries such as iron and steel. C, textile and light manufacturing. Or D, medium-sized industries. All right, number 5. According to Joseph Nye, soft power has 3 sources. Which of the following is not one of these sources? A, a country's culture. B, values in the domestic domain. C, country's legitimate international policies. Or D, economic strength. Number 6. What is the source of more than half of the power produced in South Korea? A, thermoelectric. B, nuclear. C, oil. Or D, hydroelectric. Number 7. Which of the following describes the goal of the peace pillar of the New South Policy Plus, NSP Plus? A, immigration policy and protections for immigrants from NSP partner countries. B, increased socio-cultural and people-to-people engagement with India and ASEAN members. C, transnational cooperation for the fostering of safety and peace. And D, joint responses to terrorism, cybersecurity, and maritime security. Number 8. All of the following have caused concerns about the USA's reliability as a South Korean ally, except A, Hamas's attack on Israel. B, official US policy towards South Korea. C, North Korea's growing weapons capabilities, and D, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Number 9. South Korea's most visible achievement under the peace pillar was in A, diplomatic engagement and high-level exchanges, B, inter-Korean cooperation, C, defense industry cooperation, or D, emergency response capabilities. Last question, number 10. Hyundai may have named its first original car in a small reference to what iconic American car? A, the Corvette, B, the Dart, C, the Camaro, or D, the Mustang? All right, thank you so much. Good luck in the rest of your competition. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Andy. Okay. Now we are moving on to well, you have 1 minute. Yes, you have 1 minute to review your answers and raise your sheets. Thank you. And that is time, so make sure you are raising your answer sheets so that we can move on to the next round. I think that's the last answer sheet picked up. So for round 6, we're doing promoting a green Europe, and our round representative is Olga Karkova, Deputy Director for European Energy Security at the Atlantic Council.
Hello and good morning. First of all, I just wanted to say congratulations to all of you. I know you worked really, really hard to be here today, and these questions are not easy. So again, you should feel really, really good about being here this morning. So question 1, the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace estimates what type of energy accounts for about half of the EU's electricity generation? A, nuclear natural gas, B, biofuels and other renewables, C, coal and other fossil fuels, or D, biofuels and nuclear? Question number 2. One of the 3 core points of the European Green Deal calls for net zero emissions of greenhouse gases within the EU by A, 2040, B, 2050, C, 2070, or D, 2080. Question number 3. Which factor played a role in revising the European Green Deal's renewable energy generation goals upward? A, mad cow disease, B, Chinese supply chain disruptions, C, worldwide inflation pressure, or D, the war in Ukraine? Question number 4. Which of the following components of the European Green Deal sets out to implement existing laws more effectively? A, Zero Pollution Action Plan, B, 2030 Biodiversity Strategy, C, Farm to Fork Strategy, or D, Action Plan for the Circular Economy 2. Next question, number 5. The unsung hero of the European energy crisis has turned out to be A, electric cars, B, solar panels, C, swamp coolers, and D, heat pumps. Next question, number 6. Over the next 10 years, the European Commission anticipates spending at least how much to make the green transition efficient? A, 10 trillion euro, B, 1 trillion euro, C, 500 billion euro, or D, 100 billion euros? Question number 7. Which sector currently produces 25% of EU's emissions? A, transportation, B, manufacturing, C, agriculture, D, none of the above. are at question number 8. The European Green Deal lowers barriers to what? A, long-term nuclear energy production. B, tariffs on natural gas imports and distribution. C, regulation of greenhouse gases and other emissions. D, direct government support of sustainable energy technologies. We are at question number 9. Bulgaria, Czech Republic, the Netherlands, and Poland are all preparing to increase what type of energy production? A, natural gas. B, nuclear. C, coal. Or D, biofuels. All right, final question for this round, number 10. The European Green Deal aims to make what activity fully economically viable by 2030? A, recycling of packaging. B, composting of agricultural waste. C, elimination of plastics. Or D, complete biodiversity of native plants. I know what the right answer is, but I'm like, well, you know, you could debate what that means. So, no, all right. Well, thanks so much.
No, thank you. So keep raising those answer sheets, and just a quick announcement if you haven't been doing that already, but make sure that you put your full team name on the answer sheets, just to be completely sure. And we are picking up those sheets. You're halfway through, by the way. I don't know if you guys had realized. So you're doing great. Everybody feeling good, feeling refreshed. Yeah. You've survived halfway. Hopefully it's still fun. Hopefully you're still awake. So for our next round, round 7, the topic is women's contributions to track to diplomacy. And our round representative is Samantha Robinson, Program Specialist on Peace Processes at the United States Institute for Peace. Samantha.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. And huge congratulations to all of you for coming this far. It's no small feat. And with that, let's jump right into it. So, question 1. Which United Nations resolution sparked a demand for women's participation and inclusion in peace building? A, 862, B, 1325, C, 1795, or D, 2250? Question number 2. Track 2 peace processes influence broader societal constituencies through what process? A, downward transfer, B, upward promotion, C, dispersion, or D, influence modeling? Question 3. Which is not one of the triple barriers for women's inclusion in Tajikistan's national politics? A, dominance of militarized masculinities, B, socially conservative and patriarchal norms, C, Islamic nature of the opposition, or D, lack of educational opportunities? Question 4. What is true of women's involvement in informal peace processes between 1989 and 2017? A. Women have been involved in over 70% of informal peace processes. B. Women are generally excluded from informal peace processes. C. Women have tended not to set agendas for informal peace processes. Or D. Women have participated more in formal peace processes. Question 5. In which South Sudanese city did women stage a silent march to protest the civil war in 2017? A. Addis Ababa, B. Juba, C. Khartoum, or D. Malakal? Question 6. The inter-Tajik dialogue stemmed from which unofficial non-governmental channel of communication? A. The Connecticut Summit, B. The Dartmouth Conference, C. The Dayton Accords, or D. Ohio settlements? Question 7. Researchers Agastam and Towns describe the opening up of formal opportunities for women in diplomacy since the mid-2000s as A. Gradual, B. Ineffective, C. Remarkable, or D. Rapid? Question 8. The article Building Peace in the Shadow of War argues that women-to-women diplomacy is an example of what? A, identity diplomacy, B, interim diplomacy, C, perpetual diplomacy, or D, situational diplomacy. Question number 9. The gendered nature of diplomatic institutions has caused which of these statements to be true? A, women are represented in leadership positions. B, women are often assigned to work on soft policy areas. C, women have access to a wide range of roles in peace processes. D, women are increasingly represented at the highest levels of peace processes. Question 10. How many groups and organizations are part of the South Sudan Women Coalition? A, 120, B, 95, C, 65, or D, 40? Thank you, everyone, and good luck.
Perfect. You have 1 minute to check your answers, and then please fold your answer sheets in half. Have your answer sheets up if you've not turned them in already. And that should be it. So we are in 1 second about to go to our next break. Before that, if a team posed a challenge during the last opportunity to do so, during the break, please go see the judges table, and they will discuss that with you. But for now, you have 10 minutes, so see you back here at 11:30. We'll get started in 2 minutes. So if you want to start heading back to your tables. Okay, everybody, let's get started back up, and we will be reading some answers from the last couple of rounds. So, starting with round 5, South Korea. So, what happened to Park Geun-hye, the first female president of South Korea in 2016? D, she was impeached. Drama, movie, that's question 2. Question 2, drama, movie, and K-pop are considered the focus of which Korean wave? It is A, 1.0. 3, which pillar of South Korea's New South policy towards India and ASEAN is receiving the most focus? D, prosperity. Question 4, beginning in 1962, what was were the first industries targeted for development? The answer is C, textile and light manufacturing. Question 5, according to Joseph Nye, soft power has 3 sources. Which of the following is not one of these? It is D, economic strength. Question 6, what is the source of more than half of the power produced in South Korea? The answer is A, thermal electric. Question 7. Which of the following describes the goal of the peace pillar of the New South Policy Plus? And the answer is C, transnational cooperation for fostering of safety and peace. Question 8. All of the following have caused concerns about the USA's reliability as a South Korean ally, except B, official United States policy towards South Korea. Question 9, South Korea's most visible achievement under the peace pillar was in A, diplomatic engagement and high-level exchanges. Question 10, Hyundai may have named its first original car in a small reference to what iconic American car? The answer is D, a Mustang. Round 6, promoting a green Europe. The Carnegie Endowment estimates what type of energy accounts for about half of the EU's electricity generation. The answer is A, nuclear and natural gas. Question 2, what is one of the 3 core points of the European Green Deal? Net zero emissions of greenhouse gases by B, 2050. Question 3, which factor played a role in revising the European Green Deal's renewable energy generation goals upward? The answer is D, the war in Ukraine. Question 4, which of the following components of the European Green Deal sets out to implement existing laws more effectively? The answer is B, the 2030 biodiversity strategy. Question 5. The unsung hero of the European energy crisis is D, heat pumps. Question 6. Over the next 10 years, the European Commission anticipates spending at least how much to make the green transition efficient? The answer is B, 1 trillion euro. Question 7, which sector currently produces 25% of EU emissions? The answer is A, transportation. Question 8, the European Green Deal lowers barriers to what? The answer is D, direct government support of sustainable energy technologies. Question 9, Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Netherlands, and Poland are planning to increase what type of energy production? The answer is B, nuclear. And question 10, the European Green Deal aims to make what activity fully economically viable by 2030? The answer is A, the recycling of packaging. Round 7, women's and track to diplomacy. Which United Nations resolution sparked a demand for women's participation and inclusion in peace building? The answer is B, Resolution 1325. Question 2, track 2 peace processes influence broader societal constituencies through what process? The answer is A, downward transfer. Question 3, which of the is not one of the triple barriers for women's inclusion in Tajikistan's national politics? The answer is D, the lack of educational opportunities. Question 4, what is true of women's involvement in informal peace processes between 1989 and 2017? The answer is A, women have been involved in over 70% of informal peace processes. Question 5, in which South Sudanese city did women stage a silent march to protest the civil war in 2017? The answer is B, Juba. Question 6, the inter-Tajik dialogue stemmed from which unofficial, non-governmental channel of communication? The answer is B, the Dartmouth Conference. Question 7, researchers Agustam and Towns describe the opening up of formal opportunities for women in diplomacy since the mid-2010s as A, gradual. Question 8, the article Building Peace in the Shadow of War argues that women-to-women diplomacy is an example of what? C, perpetual diplomacy. Question 9, the gendered nature of diplomatic institutions has caused which of these statements to be true? The answer is B, women are assigned to work on soft policy areas. And question 10, how many groups and organizations are part of the South Sudan Women Coalition? The answer is D, 40. And with that, the much anticipated results.
Boy, do I have a surprise for you, and this is that we're not quite ready to read the next 3 rounds yet. So we're going to go right into the next round of questions, and then after the next round of questions, I will have the final full up-to-date to-the-minute results. So just a few more minutes, but we'll go right into the next round if we could.
Okay, so they're going to be even more anticipated results so far, but we can dive into round 8, and round 8 is navigating AI, the global workforce, and our round representative is Michelle Villanueva of the Brain and Behavior Institute at the University of Maryland. Michelle.
Thank you. As he said, my name is Michelle, and I am pleased to be here. I saw plenty of you while we were walking in this morning. I wish all of you the best of luck, and well, let's get started with round 8. Question 1. According to the International Labor Organization, AI could cause 5.5% of high-income workers to be blank in a few years. A, relocated. B, replaced. C, retrained. Or D, rehired. Question 2. According to a CNN report, which type of employee is most likely to see their job eliminated first with AI? Is it A, skilled labor, B, clerical, C, middle manager, or D, executive? Question 3. According to the Brookings Institution, regulators can most effectively develop safeguards against the rapid changes in AI innovation by utilizing A, pace and technology, B, knowledge and authority, C, speed and experience, or D, focus and agility. Okay, question 4. So-called emotional AI could be deployed in what sector in the future to augment current workers? A, secondary education, B, call centers, C, nursing, or D, cattle farming? Question 5. According to the Brookings Institution, AI will redesign work in a way that impacts all policy areas below except A, transportation policy, B, tax policy, C, labor policy, or D, technology policy. Question 6. What is the only U.S. federal law that directly governs the monitoring of electronic communications in the workplace? A, Privacy Act 1974, B, General Data Protection Regulation 2016, C, Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act 1974, or D, Electronics Communications Privacy Act 1986. Question 7. The key algorithms on which machine learning is based have existed since when? A, the 1930s, B, the 1960s, C, the 1990s, or D, they are new in the last 10 years. Question 8. According to the Brookings Institution, the history of online platforms has been one of continued expansion of what? A, the multimedia capability of platforms, B, the amount of bandwidth needed to function, C, the amount of personal data collected, or D, the amount of energy needed to run platforms. Question 9. According to Professor Rose Lutkin, letting AI take over teaching duties could rob which groups of human interaction? Is it A, both the well-off and less well-off equally, B, the well-off students more than the less well-off, C, the less well-off students more than the well-off, or D, both the well-off and less well-off in different ways? Okay, the last question for this group, question 10. Increased adoption of AI in the workplace poses all of the following challenges for policymakers except A, automating work rather than augmenting it, B, developing AI to maximize profits rather than other reasons, C, lack of oversight of AI once integrated into the workplace, or D, the increased ability for companies to monitor workers. Thanks, Michelle, for hosting round 7. You all have 1 minute to check your answers and then fold your answer sheets and raise them up.
you know the drill. And I think that is the last of the answer sheets being picked up. And now I will hand it off to Dan for some of the results, not counting this round.
Okay, hot off the presses. We still have a tie for third place, but it is with fewer teams. Please congratulate for third place currently DuPont Manual High School and Boston Latin School, currently in third place. Second place is currently Carnegie Vanguard High School. And first place, Carmel High School. So, congratulations to you all, and now we'll begin our next round.
Perfect. Well, our next round is round 9, Great Decisions. And the round representative is Khalid El-Jindi, Senior Fellow and Director of the Program on Palestine and Israeli-Palestinian Affairs at the Middle East Institute. Khalid.
Good afternoon, everyone. And good luck. So, question number 1. After the liberation of Kuwait, the U.S. needed to demonstrate a willingness to find a solution to the Israel-Palestine conflict in order to maintain U.S. primacy. What was another key dimension? A, the creation of the Gulf Cooperation Council. B, the Gulf War ended with Saddam Hussein still in power. C, the Camp David Accords. Or D, the Abraham Accords. Question number 2. During what event did the United States become increasingly involved militarily in the Gulf? A, the Suez Crisis. B, Iran-Iraq War. C, OPEC oil blockade. Or D, Gulf War. Question number 3. During the April uprising, the Gulf states pushed for military intervention in A, Egypt, B, Yemen, C, Bahrain, D, Syria. Question number 4. In 2014, the United States launched a major military campaign in Syria against A, the Assad regime, B, Hezbollah, C, ISIS, D, Kurdish rebels. Question number 5. Which country below backed the coup during the Arab uprising against elected Egyptian President Mohammed el-Morsi? A, Qatar, B, Oman, C, Bahrain, D, Saudi Arabia. Question number 6. One of the driving motivations for the UN Convention on the Law of the Seas, UNCLOS, was A, alignment of coastal and open ocean management, B, prospect of commercial seabed mining, C, conditions of the fish stocks in the North Sea, or D, climate change. Question number 7. What organization provides advice on fisheries management? A, International Council for the Exploration of the Sea, ICES, UN Convention B, UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, C, North Pacific Marine Science Organization, PICES, or D, High Seas Conservation Accord. Question number 8. After the discovery of hydrothermal vents in 1977, commercial firms intensified their search for vents primarily because A, vents influence ocean chemistry, B, vents play host to a variety of clams and shrimp, C, vents attract dense and pure minerals on their sides, or D, the seafloor was rich in manganese. Question number 9. In 1983, President Reagan declared that the United States would abide by all parts of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, except A, establishment of a 200-mile exclusive economic zone, B, provisions for deep seabed mining, C, provisions governing the marine environment and scientific research, or D, allowing fleets of factory ships for finding and harvesting fish in fisheries. And question number 10. As early as 2000, what organization called for the international community to protect ocean life? A, International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN. B, North Pacific Marine Science Organization, PICES. C, International Council for the Exploration of the Seas, ICES. Or D, Greenpeace.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Khalid. You have 1 minute to check your answers and raise your answer sheets. And that is time. Please raise your answer sheets if you haven't already. And in a second, we will get started on our final round. You've made it this far. So our last round, round 10, is current events. And it is hosted by our very own Daniel Villanueva, Global Education Manager at the World Affairs Councils of America. Dan?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pablo. As Pablo said, my name is Dan Villanueva. I have only been working at the World Affairs Council for 3 weeks, but I've been practicing these questions well, so hopefully there'll be no issues at all. Last round, please enjoy. Question 1, current events. The Wall of Grief became a makeshift memorial for which opposition leader? A, Usmane Sonko. B, Alexei Navalny, C, Job Sikala, or D, Anwar Ibrahim? Question 2. Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali threatened to withdraw from which trade bloc over sanctions tied to democracy? Is it A, ECOWAS, B, BRICS, C, AFCTA, AFCFTA, or D, RCEP? Question 3. This measure aimed to address the worst economic crisis Sri Lanka has had since breaking free from the United Kingdom in 1948. Is it A, extended visas for Russians, B, chip manufacturing, C, cooperation with China, or D, austerity measures? Question 4. Which country has tried to play a mediating role between Somalia and Ethiopia as they quarrel over port access? Is it A, China, B, Qatar, C, Djibouti, or D, Eritrea? Question 5. Peruvian law provides that one cabinet minister's departure triggers which of the following? A, a snap election, B, the resignation of the entire cabinet, C, an investigation by the Peruvian High Court, or D, a vote of no confidence. Question 6. Which 3 Commonwealth countries called for a ceasefire in Gaza? Is it A, Australia, Canada, and Ireland, B, India, Ireland, and the UK, C, Canada, Ireland, and New Zealand, or D, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand? Question 7. Why has the Stimson Center referred to Venezuela as, quote, the state that refuses to collapse? Is it Venezuela's strong energy grid due to oil production, B, their ability to evade U.S. sanctions, C, Chinese economic ties have propped up the government, or D, relatively stable governing? Question 8. What is the given name for China's investment in developing nations? A, soft power, B, Belt and Road Initiative, C, fixed cost diplomacy, or D, concentrations of influence? Question 9. American officials believe that most Mexican cartels obtain their guns from which U.S. state? Is it A, Florida, B, Illinois, C, New Mexico, or D, Texas? Question 10, final question this round. One country, two systems describes A, the U.S. federal and state governments, B, Hong Kong's semi-autonomous financial status, C, Xi Jinping's desired annexation of Taiwan, or D, the West Bank and Gaza Strip?
Okay, your time is up. You have 1 minute to review your answers and raise your answer sheets. And that is time. Please raise your answer sheets if you have not done so already. I think there's one here in the front. Well, you made it. You're done. How does everybody feel? Congratulations. I'm now going to read the answers to rounds 8 through 10. And then we will wait until after lunch to hear the final scores, or if tiebreakers are needed. So take a couple of seconds as I read the last set of answers. Let's begin. Round 8, that was navigating AI, the global workforce. According to the international, question 1, according to the ILO, AI could cause 5.5% of high-income workers to be blank in a few years. It is B, replaced. Which type of employee is most likely to see their job eliminated first with AI? The answer is C, middle manager. Question 3, regulators can most effectively develop safeguards against the rapid changes in AI innovation by utilizing D, focus and agility. Question 4, so-called emotional AI could be deployed in what sector in the future to augment current workers? The answer is B, call centers. Question 5, AI will redesign work in a way that impacts all policy areas except A, transportation policy. Question 6, what is the only U.S. federal law that directly governs the monitoring of electronic communications in the workplace? The answer is D, the Electronic Communications Privacy Act of 1986. Question 7, the key algorithms on which machine learning is based have existed since B, the 1960s. Question 8. According to the Brookings Institution, the history of online platforms has been one of continued expansion of C, the amount of personal data collected. Question 9. According to Professor Russ Lukin, letting AI take over teaching duties could rob which groups of human interaction? The answer is C, the less well-off students, more than the well-off students. And question 10. Increased adoption of AI poses all of the following challenges for policymakers except C, lack of oversight of AI once integrated into the workplace. Round 9. Great decisions. Question 1. After the liberation of Kuwait, the U.S. needed to demonstrate a willingness to find a solution to the Israel-Palestine conflict in order to maintain U.S. primacy. What was another key dimension? The answer was B. The Gulf War ended with Saddam Hussein still in power. Question 2. During what event did the U.S. become increasingly involved militarily in the Gulf? The answer is B, the Iran-Iraq War. Question 3. During the April uprising, Gulf states pushed for military intervention in D, Syria. Question 4. In 2014, the U.S. launched a major military campaign in Syria against C, ISIS. Question 5. Which country below backed the coup against Egyptian President Mohamed Morsi? The answer is D, Saudi Arabia. Question 6. One of the driving motivations for the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea was B, prospect of commercial seabed mining. Question 7. What organization provides advice on fisheries management? It is the International Council for the Exploration of the Sea, ICES. Question 8. After the discovery of hydrothermal vents, commercial firms intensified their search for vents because C, vents attract dense and pure minerals on their sides. Question 9. In 1983, President Reagan declared that the United States would abide by all parts of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea except B, provisions for deep seabed mining. Question 10. As early as 2000, what organization called for the international community to protect ocean life? The answer is A, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. Round 10, current events. Number 1, the Wall of Grief became a makeshift memorial for B, Alexei Navalny. Question 2, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali threatened to withdraw from which trade bloc? It was A, ECOWAS. Question 3. This measure aimed to address the worst economic crisis Sri Lanka had since breaking free from the United Kingdom in 1948. The answer is A, extended visas for Russians. Question 4. Which country has tried to play mediating role between Somalia and Ethiopia as a quarrel over port access? The answer is C, Djibouti. Question 5. Peruvian law provides that one cabinet minister's departure triggers which of the following? B, the resignation of the entire cabinet. Question 6. Which 3 Commonwealth countries called for a ceasefire in Gaza? The answer is D, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. Question 7. Why has the Stimson Center referred to Venezuela as the state that refuses to collapse? The answer is C, Chinese economic ties have propped up the government. Question 8. What is the name given for China's investment in developing nations? The answer is B, the Belt and Road Initiative. Question 9. American officials believe that the most Mexican cartels obtain their guns from which U.S. state? The answer is D, Texas. And question 10. One country, two systems describes B, Hong Kong's semi-autonomous financial status. There are your answers. If you have challenges, you can submit those to the judges, I believe. So, again, congratulations. It is now probably your favorite time of the day, lunchtime, and we're going to be dismissing by tables while we set up for our lunchtime speaker. So your table number should be on your tent card if you haven't noticed it already, and we're going to start with tables 1 through 7. So if tables 1 through 7 could get their lunch, everybody else can patiently wait for a few minutes. Go to them. So, what question? It was the Belt and Road Initiative. Yep. Okay, I think we have enough back from the first set of tables. So why don't we say tables 8 through 14 can go get lunch? There we go.
right, we've just called tables 15 through 21 to lunch. Before we have our guest speaker come forward, I wanted to thank one more time our MC for today, Pablo Rasmussen from the Peace Corps. Thank you so much for all you did for our students today, for the competition. For more information about the Peace Corps, of course, you can Google it, but we will also have information available if that's something that you're interested in once you have graduated college in a few years. But Pablo, thank you again so much for coming. We really appreciate your time. Thank you. Thank you. If there are tiebreakers, you will see Pablo again. If not, then again, thank you so much. Okay, for those who are currently eating their lunch, those getting their lunch, we'd like to now introduce our keynote speaker, or we could better say our keynote Q&A person, because we're hopeful that you'll have some questions for our guest speaker as well. This is Dr. Joseph Sani. He is the Vice President of the USIP's newly established Africa Center. Dr. Sani has been working at the forefront of peace building with civil society, governments, businesses, and international organizations in Africa for over 20 years. In his most recent role prior to coming to USIP, he was at FHI 360 and provided technical leadership in the design and implementation of multi-year, multi-million-dollar peace-building and civil society development programs in several countries in Africa and Asia. And prior to that, he advised international organizations and development agencies, including the United Nations Stabilization Mission in Haiti, USAID missions, and the Economic Community of Central African States on peacebuilding and development strategies. He led several peacebuilding and civil society program assessments and evaluation missions in more than 20 countries in Africa. He has researched, taught peacebuilding courses, and published scholarly articles on peace building, peacekeeping, and civil society, including a book, Reintegration of Ex-Combatants, A Balancing Act. And he is here with us today to tell us a little bit more about what the Africa Center does, and then to take your questions. Dr. Joseph Sani.
Thank you. It's always difficult to compete with a lunch. I will try my best. As I say, welcome to the U.S. Institute of Peace, not for peace, of peace. There is a nuance there, and sometimes people confuse that. As they say where I'm coming from, bon appetit. I'm Joseph Sani. I'm originally from Cameroon, in West Africa or Central Africa. And I'm just happy and honored and humbled to be in front of current leaders and then our future leaders as well. And I hope that you will all be peace builders since you are having this experience at the United States Institute of Peace. As mentioned, I lead the Africa Center, at USIP. The Africa Center was founded or created in 2020 by a decision of the board to recognize the importance of Africa, but more importantly, to allow USIP to have a much more coherent strategy, program, and approach to the continent. You are students and future leaders, as you know. By 2050, 1 out of 4 human beings will live in Africa. 1 out of 4. And Africa will be the homeland of about 75% of the world workforce. So let it sink a little bit. 1 out of 4 humans will live in Africa by 2050, meaning in 25 years from now, before some of us retired. Before some of us retired. So it's very close. We are talking more or less 3 presidential full 2 terms. And by the same time, 75% of workforce will be on the continent. So Africa matters now and will matter in the future. So it's important to think about it now, know a little bit more about it, and engage with the continent. So that's what we do at the U.S. Institute of Peace from a security, peace, and conflict and development perspective angle. So the Africa Center has 3 main priorities for FY 24-25. Number 1, we want to strengthen the regional economic communities. They are key elements of the peace and security architecture of the continent. So we want to work with these regional economic communities to help them mediate and resolve conflict much more effectively. So that's number 1. Africa is one of those rare places where we are very proud of those regional economic communities, those entities. So we have about 54 countries on the continent, if you don't count Western Sahara and Somaliland, very complex issues there. And those countries form about 8 communities. So you have ECOWAS, you have ECAS, IGAD, etc., and then you have the African Union. So it's a whole well-thought architecture. And so we want to work with those regional communities. Number 2, we want to strengthen the capacity of frontline peace builders. Young people, particularly women networks. I will come back to it later, recognizing the tremendous contribution of African women to peace and security. So we want to strengthen that, elevate women's voices, and work with them so that their contribution is not only recognized, but also strengthened. Number 3, you are fully aware of the series of coups d'etat that are in the continent, particularly in the Sahel area. The Sahel from Mauritania to Eritrea, that landmass today is ruled by military juntas. And so it is something that is a threat to stability, to peace in the region. So the United States Institute of Peace is focused on helping, working with the region to shift or curb this trend. And so our 3rd priority is to see how we can support political transition in the Sahel and West Africa overall. Of course, in doing all that, we are working to de-escalate conflict in places like Sudan, Ethiopia, and communal conflicts in places like Nigeria, Cameroon, South Sudan, etc. But let me talk a little bit about the contribution of women. We have our flagship program, Africa Center, is the Women Preventing Violence Extremism. It's a flagship program. We implement it across the Sahel and the Horn of Africa, where we have trained and we support more than 1,000 women leaders, community women, to help them prevent violence extremism, mediate conflict, and also to lead social cohesion in their communities. As you know, women are the glue of every community, be it in the United States or everywhere. So working with women, elevating their voices, providing them with the capacity and the resources to prevent, resolve, and mitigate conflict, I think is a win-win strategy for a serious organization like ours that believe in advancing peace and mitigating conflict. So we work with women across the Sahel, particularly in Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, and we are expanding our programs in Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, and we are working with women in Sudan. They have been very instrumental to mitigate violence and the suffering. So we are working with women in Sudan as well, in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, supporting them to be the efficient and effective peace builders that they are already. So that, in a nutshell, is what we do at the Africa Center, in addition to convening events, convening leaders here, facilitating peace talks on the continent, political arrangement that will help stabilize or stem conflicts. I will stop there for the moment and take questions that you may have, and maybe that will help me dig a little bit, go in depth into some of the issues. At the same time, that's why I recognize that it's hard to compete with a delicious meal. So I may also just, you may say thank you and then I leave.
Hi, my name is Matul Gowney. I'm from the World Affairs Council of Dallas. And I got the chance to do the kind of demographics topic for the competition this year. We kind of split up the topics amongst ourselves. So, could you kind of address that? I was listening to the podcast, and I think it was Dr. Mithongo. He was mentioning that demographics are the biggest reality kind of facing Africa right now. What do you have to say about that?
You are right. I mean, Africa is one of the youngest, is the youngest continent. The median age, I believe, is 15, between 15, 18 in the continent. So very young. And as I mentioned, I alluded to it to say that by 2050, 75% of the workforce will be on the continent, meaning people aged between 15 and 65 will be on the continent. And at the current trend, African countries will have to produce 10 million jobs a year to absorb the workforce. It's almost an impossible challenge. And so you will hear a lot the term youth bulge. The youth bulge is a demographic term to describe the number of young people that are currently present and will be present on the continent. And so people always argue that the youth bulge in Africa could be a blessing or a curse. It will be a blessing if African governments manage to create opportunities, jobs of opportunities, self-employment for this youth. Or it will be a curse if we fail to do so, and therefore malign actors, particularly malign non-state actors like violent extremism organization may seize on youth frustration And we weaponize that to destabilize states and create havoc. And we are already seeing it in the Sahel, for example. Young people are part of violent extremist movement, not because they believe that they will go to paradise and have all these things. No, it's purely economics. You get an AK-47, that guarantees you a livelihood. And so you take the AK-47 and you become part of a violent extremist group. So to stem that recruitment, we need to create opportunities for these millions and millions of youth. So the demographics are a problem. And also, I have to say, we who believe that democracy is the least worst form of governance. But on the continent, when you have such a youth bulge, democracy becomes demography. Democracy becomes demography. And so if you don't fix the demographic equation, so educating that youth world, providing an opportunity to be civic leaders, etc., it affects the quality of your democracy. So it's not just economics, it is also even democracy. So it is an imperative to address the demographic trends you have highlighted. Thank you for bringing that issue up.
My name is Caleb, and I'm from the World Affairs Council of Kentucky and Southern Indiana. I wanted to ask you, how concerned are you about the influence of China in Africa, and what can the United States do to ensure that Africa can still take advantage of foreign investment without becoming economically or politically or strategically tied to a certain great power?
Are you running for Congress? That's a tough... That's a very... Wow, okay. How many minutes, hours do we have to discuss that? No, thank you for your question. It's a hot topic, just like the demographic questions. I think this is also a very important and strategic question. Thank you for raising those questions. I think I will say this. From African perspective, they will tell you when two elephants fight, the grass suffers. They don't want to be a playground for two elephants. China has the potential to bring to Africa things that the United States cannot. Let's be clear. China can invest in infrastructure, can deliver some goods that the United States cannot, the way we are structured, right? And so Africans recognize that. So they want Chinese goodies. But they are looking for the United States for some financing. They are looking for the United States for the governance system. More than 75% of Africans surveyed for the past 30 years embrace democratic principles. When you ask Africans, and then this comes from a very prestigious polling organization called the Afrobarometer. When you ask Africans consistently, they have been doing this for the past 30 years, which model of governance do you prefer? They prefer the democratic model of governance. But they also like the roads, the electricity, and all the things that China is good at. So for Africans, they want to be able to partner with China on certain things and work with the United States on certain things. Now, there is a challenge there for African countries, is how do you create conditions where competition between the United States and China does not become a conflict? So having two elephants fighting, right? So what we say to African countries is, if you create conditions for transparency, rule of law, the rules of the game are clear, your citizens know the kind of contract, the terms of the contract you are signing with China and the United States, I think you have a better chance of mitigating the adverse consequences of the great power competition. But if you don't do that, definitely those two elephants will fight and you will suffer. I will keep it there in a nutshell. But thank you for the questions.
Hello, Doctor. I'm Sam from the World Affairs Council of Jacksonville, and it's nice to finally meet a fellow Cameroonian.
Oh.
So, my question is about ECOWAS. With the straining of ECOWAS ties in places like Ouagadougou and Niamey, what do you think other ECOWAS nations and the future of African alliances and economic stability, especially like the African Union, what do you think the future of that could look like, especially in places like East Africa and Namibia?
Jesus. You know, when I get these questions, I'm so hopeful for the future of the United States, really. This is one of the most sophisticated sets of questions I'm getting from any American audience I've faced. Thank you for those questions. It shows that you do your homework. Really. I mean, to mention ECOWAS, how many Americans can say ECOWAS? No, I'm not sure my own wife will say ECOWAS. Thank you. So I think the big picture is that multilateral organizations worldwide, the UN, even NATO, are tested, are under stress, and are challenged. Very much so. UN is not working effectively because of the tension, the great power competition, let's face it, the war in Ukraine, Gaza, etc. And so Africa has the same problem, is that our institutions are a victim of the dysfunctions of multilateralism worldwide. ECOWAS made a lot of mistakes responding to the coup d'etats, right? Whether it is in Mali, Burkina Faso, and recently in Niger, where they even threatened a military intervention without the credibility to do, or the capacity to do so. So I will say, let us take the time to think this multilateral institution will need to be updated, to be reformed, right? But the mistake will be to throw the baby with the bathwater. These institutions are important. Just think about it. After World War II, we have about 46 independent states. Under the stewardship of the United Nations, we birthed 100 countries. So if somebody tells you the UN is useless, they don't know what they are talking about, right? ECOWAS, the same thing. We mitigated the dramatic impact of the conflict in Liberia, Sierra Leone, etc. So today to say ECOWAS is useless, I think people have short memories. We should not throw the baby with the bath water. Instead, we should see how to reform and retool those institutions. Okay.
Thank you. One final question from this end. Hello, my name is Asia Tuba, and I'm from the Greater Hampton Roads region in Virginia Beach. So my question is, I'm from a country, Guinea, who has also had a coup d'etat recently, and I was wondering, do you think in the next couple of years there'll be a rise in more countries in the Sahel region having coup d'etats, and when do you think there'll be like a resolution or more democratic elections in that region?
That's a tough one. Really, it's a tough one. I think given the trajectory of multilateralism and African regional institutions, I'm not very hopeful. We will go to a moment of turbulence, right? Where, particularly in the Sahel, if we don't address the issue of violence, extremism, and the negative impact of climate change in the Sahel will be under tremendous stress. And the military regimes we have now they may be equipped to address the kinetic aspect of terrorism, but they are not equipped to go to the root causes of terrorism, or to build the kind of governance systems or political arrangements that are needed for a long-term stable Sahel. So we may end up having coup d'etats within the coup d'etats. We have already seen it in Burkina Faso, where there was a coup d'etat, then there was a coup d'etat within the coup d'etat. In Mali, the same thing. There was a coup d'etat within the coup d'etat. So we may end up having coup d'etats within the coup d'etats. So, but there is now, what should we do about it? That's a long conversation. However, I think we should be working with civil societies, with democratic institutions in those countries to kind of strengthen those and see, hopefully, that they may inoculate or build a kind of democratic resilience that may protect the rest of countries, particularly coastal countries along the coast of Atlantic Ocean, to experience the same instability. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Sane. You've provided a great kind of rounding out to our day. Thank you to the U.S. Institute of Peace once again for having suggested Dr. Sane and for welcoming him here. And thank you to those of you who asked questions, both in this session and this morning. We absolutely appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, the good news is that we do not have to do tiebreakers. We have a straight-up winner, a straight-up second, and a straight-up third place. So I would like to call back our President and CEO, Matthew Hughes, to give us the good news.
Wow. Are your brains tired right now? Are they buzzing a little bit? Can you thank USIP again for their incredible hospitality today? This was a great competition, and I want to thank all of you for being here, for the hard work that you've put in through the entire academic year to get to this point. Congratulations again to your councils and coaches and chaperones who are here. Can you help me again to thank them, please? And we had an incredible team of staff and volunteers with us today that made today possible. And so staff and volunteers, if you could wave where you are, and if we could thank them as well, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'd also once again like to thank the sponsors of this year's Academic WorldQuest season and the Carlos and Malú Alvarez national competition. You see them there on the screen. Could you please help me to thank them once again? So this year took a lot of work to get to the finish line, and we're here. And we do have a first, second, and third place team. A few housekeeping rules, and I know this is just terribly stressful for you, but just indulge me for a minute as we go through these housekeeping items before we depart. Immediately following this, we're going to have a scavenger hunt on the National Mall. And so you're going to break into your bus groups. You remember those colors on your name tags? Right? And so I'm going to point out some people right now who are going to give you your materials for those the scavenger hunt immediately following the final remarks here. So if you have a blue name tag, you're going to be with Emma. Emma's there in the back, and she's wearing blue. It's sort of like a game of Clue today, I guess. So there's Emma. Ayaz, where are you? Ayaz has green. So if you're green, you're going to go with Ayaz there. John, where are you? John's over there in the corner. John has the red group. The red group goes with John. Orange folks, who are you orange folks? You're with Dan up here. And then Nassim. Nassim Qatar is one of our board members, our WACA National Board members. And Nassim, where are you? Nassim is over here by the screen, and Nassim will take the purple group. Everybody have that? We'll go through that one more time at the end. Okay, and now the moment that you've been waiting for. I would ask the teams who are the first, second, and third place to hang around. We have some things to give you, and we'd also like to get some pictures up at the front. But again, I would like to thank all of you for being here today, and a big thank you as well to all of those who are joining us by live stream around the country. So without further ado, in third place this year, representing the World Affairs Council of Greater Houston, Carnegie Vanguard High School. In second place this year, representing the World Affairs Council of Orange County, El Dorado High School. And in first place, a come-from-behind victory for the World Affairs Council of Kentucky and Southern Indiana, DuPont Manual High School. Congratulations. Congratulations. Everyone, thank you again for being with us today. We hope that you had a lot of fun. We hope you learned some things as well. We look forward to your participation in future years. Enjoy your time in the nation's capital. Thank you.